aspect of life that I'm not going to screw up. But, yes, no, very rocky morning, by the way, for me. So, yeah. I have actually bricked a build and potentially done something really, really stupid. Right? I bricked entirely I made some changes this morning, and apparently, uh, yeah, and it was rather ugly. And that has to deal with my other character. And only come to find out, my friend's like, "Oh, you've been doing too much armor." So what do? Instantly start shuffling stuff around. Yeah, but no, no, don't do that. Don't go around and do that. That's pretty god awful. You know, like you're kind of borderline asking for shit, and then I wind up in my own confusion. Uh, I wind up in my own absolute confusion about the material, about the situation, screwing up the entire build. Because over there, I'm stuck in a paragon problem. It's like, well, you did this, follow the guy. I'm like, ugh. I'm like, I'm at the point of like, it's brutal. It's absolutely like, woo, wait, that's gonna throw a wrench in the spanner in the works for like a day or two. Oh boy. You only need 1,000 armor, right? Right, guys? You only need 1,000 armor. I mean, famous last words for a lot of people. You only need 1,000 fucking armor. At the cost of a million a roll. Okay. Give or take. I mean, that's not going to solve my, yeah, it's one of those things. I do have, like, other gear. So, I mean, worst comes to worst. But I have a massive feeling I'm going to be straight reworking stuff for a while. Like, this looks good in theory, right? Like that one? Ooh, yeah. But unfortunately, Scourge having, like, that much damage. I mean, like, minus 6,000-ish. wondering what was doing that. See, I don't have any, what is it, yens or basically any more, so half the problem I would have to get it off that character. Which is funny if it turns out that Scourge happens to be a better modifier. Because if you can fear, you can basically get that one combination going. Because Scourge fears if they're feared by 80%. But it's just really, really, really bad to have to rework a bunch of gear because of reasons. And then people go, you don't need armor. Yeah, and then proceeds to get entirely blasted into oblivion at the next. It's like, okay, yep, call that just for what it is. Oh boy, it's one of those days. And you go beyond second guessing everything in your build. You know? You're kind of already there at some point. And now I'm going to be in the, looking for more gloves for that character. That's going to be really, really bad. But this is part of the problem. I play a little bit one too many builds that requires me to have specific gear. That's just the downside to this game sometimes. And it's like, well, did you? It's like, oh, sorry. It's kind of like, yep, it's wonderful. But I have fill-in gear until... It's like this, right? This got ripped. That means I'm going to actually have to go, like, live in, like, so I could go this one. I mean, ideally, right? Thorns. I gotta look at something really quick, too. Because, like... So if life is good, right? If armor isn't the biggest problem. Like a tier 4, right? If armor is... I mean, this is entirely... I want to see something, though. Poisoning, that's additional poison damage. That's barrier regeneration, but it's going to be definitely need to be done upon life. Ish. 40, 40 on there. But yes, other than that, I'm slightly stressed that I broke a very expensive item. Thank God it wasn't super fucking rare. Probably be very sad if that was the case. I'd lose about 100 million in the process, but that's always going to be just always a fun part. Then he asks, like, why do you have things? I'm just like, for reasons. And then change out gear. What's in 5? Just thinking out loud. Bane. Bane is strength. Poison effects up from it's based over strength over time. For every 5, if it goes out roughly 5, right? It would be funny if armor is willpower. Willpower is resource generation. Intelligence. No, intelligence. Willpower is overpower damage. That's healing received. Strength is armor. Dexterity is skill-based and dodge. Alright. I mean, the funny part about it is you usually have more than... Because I'm probably going to have to go up here anyways. I have a feeling. So that works out that way. I mean, my dexterity takes a hit, though. That's the only issue I don't like about these. Like, probably what wound up doing it is I got confused. Because he made it like this weird... I mean, I'm completely an asinine observation, but it's there. It's like, it's not the damn best observation. It's like, God damn it. It's also not like... It's also not like I don't have... It's not about... Look, 100 million in this game roughly is nothing. Like, that's easy to farm. Just kill things. And then you're gonna get it back. Items are more important. I mean, losing billions and more to that is... I mean, rerolls But it's like, I mean, it's kind of like for the time being. It's like, yeah, like this is the one I want to put on that other one because that character needs it a lot more. But like, this will have to be the one for this character for quite a bit. Basically. But anyways, I probably have to do a chill thing, so I have something I need to do at about 4. It's always lovely. But no, I saw something I came across feed this morning. Hold on. Set my mercenaries before I forget again. I forget who. It's like either the one is the crone is the other one. Yeah, hold on. Question is, do you? Fire damage is me. Shadow damage over time is actually better. Fuck. I haven't used him. Boy. Volume roll down into here. Fuck. Here, down to here. And then down to there. Gotta use that one though. I can hire her as enlisted enforcement. Even though major. Major? Minor. But yes. But as far as the gaming stuff, it came out that Belluar just put out some of its older video. It's kind of like newish. Thank you for the notification. But no, something I thought about when I was actually doing gaming. It's It's a little weird, actually. Like, it goes back to the Xbox leaks because I've been kind of following that up. A lot of the Xbox leaks were very, like, they're banking everything on Game Pass. Then again, right, like the Xbox was, most people old enough not to remember, like they go, oh, Xbox isn't, and it's so someone said to them that they did not, they were losing the. So the idea, right, is games as a, it's not the games as a service. Thank you, Theo, for stopping by. So the idea is Microsoft, they thought Microsoft was losing money. Now, it turns out, in fact, that they're interesting, even though it's really shitty. You know what's funny? I've never seen a build that uses basic, but it's at least is through this build. That's one of the weirdest things. That's the funny thing about Spiritborn. Spiritborns, you never wind up using your basic. Like, I think it's like Soar, apparently. God, that's kind of what threw me for a loop, though. See, all these small percentages is what does it. No, but Xbox was like, they were saying they lost a lot in the quarter, right? So the idea is, oh, you're bleeding money in the quarter. They, I heard it wrong, but according to the quarterly report they put out, and they can't really lie about it as much, is the fact they increased by 40%. What was it, 45%, something like that, in the quarterly earnings? Which, I mean, if that's true, it's pretty good numbers. But they're going, instead of competing with Sony, they're going for they're trying to go for the part, apparently, that, because I've been trying to follow that up to see what their plan is, right? Because a lot of it's, Microsoft's strategy over the years has been a little weird. They're like, I guess everyone just thinks Xbox sucks. That's fine. Sony people have thought they are, direly winning. But the issue itself has been what's always been Microsoft's end goal. And the leaks that came out, they told people from last year were they were going to double down on the basically not games as a service, but man, I hate to say it, some of these are see, like, this is good, like, that's really good. Yeah, see, I just gotta... Yeah, see, that's the one that I got. Yeah, see. I forgot. I did have a 2-star of this. I want to make a use out of this, though. I really do. You know what's funny? With Touch of Death? Touch of Death and Focus. Like, Touch of Death being a focus. What is that? Is what's both a... What's potency? Is it? No. No, it's Toxic Skin. So Toxic Skin. The only problem is the ability where that could work is like right here. Let's say you were going an entire soar, like that would be used on a soar. And it was funny. I saw. Oh, it's something I'm about to touch on later. I saw something very unbelievable, and I call bullshit on it because I don't think it's possible. Supposedly, a spiritborn ran 190. That was like one something, and it's the guy. I've seen the guy in chat. I've played with him, like he showed a bit, like something, and I did, and I've seen him over the last 2 seasons. But supposedly, he cleared like a 120 in like 9 minutes. Yeah, it's the same guy. Now, granted, I'm sorry if you were 136. I think it was like 132, 136, and you were clearing that. You would have been given the most god rolled items in the entire planet if that were the case. Just saying. There is no way on fucking God's green earth you fucking did that. Those leadership boards look rigged worse than shit, but there is... I mean, there's a very big difference between, I would say, like a tier, like, clearly, which is like a tier, is it like a tier 3 or a tier 4? I mean, it's very, very different. That's what I'm finding as well. It's like, apparently, it's like, we're not supposed to invest in armor, invest in damage. It's like, yeah, but the guides could be wrong. Ugh. Caused me to have heartburn for like the next long while. Yeah, we'll save that for something else. No, but supposedly, like Microsoft's grand plan, right, is to uh basically before I forget, say I want that touch of death healing, works. You know, in a weird way, that might be a better in-game one because of the fact that I don't know, touch of death barrier. Yeah, right. I mean, but I gotta get the stuff for this. But no, Xbox, it is very clear, right? Like, they're gonna turn themselves. And there's also this whole thing they wanted to acquire It was like basically they were talking about acquiring basically Steam at one point. And it's in that plan to about 2030. As I said, it's up there. And it looks funny like they are going to try in the short term to basically do that out of cure. And if they are able to, it's not like they can lose it. And it goes along with the idea, instead of competing with Nintendo, that's the plan. Now, does that look like your console is deader than dead? Possibly, because if the console is... I mean, if you're looking at the actual, your viability as the console... Because that's what this funny part about, like, I've been trying to figure out about Xbox. Because Xbox is weird, right? When you think of games as a certain game live, that's what they've been trying to do. Which, it's kind of weird. I don't know why you would gut, like, honest to God, like, they basically put in, they're like, if you cannot make a game, because the allegations is Microsoft can't make games anymore. And I'm not saying, and I've never thought that's 100% the case. I mean, it's what it's never felt like to me. It's like it's not their goal. Or at least half their goal. I mean, if you're going to double down into a console, Jesus. But then again, pumping out a console every 5 years or 3 years, and praying it sticks, doesn't feel good either. But yeah, no. So apparently the quarter, right? But also, it goes to prove, as I said, that service is costing them a lot. Like, it's costing them a fortune. It's like costing pretty much their entire financial. It's actually cost them basically to be behind on every single console potential generation for the last, being for the conceivable future, for at least until they believe they're going to have this next gen console, because their next major release is actually going to be so one thing I'm going to be curious, and if this is true, it's going to prove the rumors were true. I mean, because the rumor was, see, if I use these old SOAR, I'm halfway tempted to try a SOAR. Like, a SOAR version of one might actually be really good. The problem is these are both core, right? So they can strike twice. But I don't know if striking twice on poison actually matters. Because I don't think something can be double poisoned, actually. Now, the only problem is it would come, like, in my tree if... Here's the thing. There's a thing in that tree that is a little weird. Like, so it removes... I need to reread the... Let me see. What is that? Critical strikes cause your poisoning to burst. Does not affect residents. But So it does remove the poison. Yeah, it removes the poison. The irony is the guy that ran the guy that ran the max is using one of these. It's like a 2GA, basically. Well, I can guarantee you it's very similar. Now, the idea, right, you're going to at least be in combat in this build. Well, by combat, is close proximity. You do have to have life, but the same way, it's also the fact that I would be very curious. I'm going to read something too. I don't have anything that gives me thorn bonus. I don't think I have anything that gives me thorn. Did you say thorns? Yes. Well, let me see. Thorns. Right. So, thorn. That's thorns? How the fuck is that a thorn skill? Thorns. So, thorn. Right. Oh, by the way, if they're basic, I could do this. Oh yeah, don't ask. Let's see if there's anything that deals with thorns. Okay, I see it. See, so that deals with thorns. So, so that's a slight different setup. Okay. So that's the only skill that deals with thorns. See, that gives thorns, but okay, no. Okay, I could see why they did that now. Yeah, there's a version of this build, not this type, that goes into it that uses armor hide, which makes herself unstoppable. That you heal, but you also deal. But if you're gonna go into full, that just means I would be what? Sacrificing either this or I sacrifice what is that? That's a defense heal. The idea would be see that would be like oh what the fuck though. See that's like a poppable defensive skill, basically. Like it keeps you okay, now that's why everyone's doing that. That's why everyone uses unyielding. Wow, it's just a free damage buff. Yeah. See, that grants you maximum resolve. I have to see how that works. I'd be very curious. And that's what makes it interesting. The idea is you suck them. The idea was to hoover them up and basically dump them off at poison, though. Really. The funny thing here is if you go down to replenishing toxic skin, where by 100%, I mean, that might actually be good versus that. Versus measured, but that'd be if you're going thorns. Because using the weapon, because I was thinking about this, because, I mean, granted, I went to bed at like 4, so I think my sleep pattern is nicely reset. Hopefully. I say hopefully. And if you need any damage reduction, you can always go there. And the fact you can always have a barrier is pretty big. But the thing is, it's a defensive. But the idea is if I get into the point where I can just be in the middle of enemies and kill them that way. I mean, that's actually kind of how that one works. Because armor versus the other. Yeah. But there's no way you're doing it without life. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I keep fucking getting one-shotted all over the fucking place. And it drives me insane. It really does. It drives me nuts to be one-shotted for, like, fucking something I didn't fucking do. That's why that build of being bricked is like, damn, it's that bad. It's like, it's close to, like, that build is like was supposed to be my carry build for like 2 weeks. It was like, it's not gonna matter in a week. Like, no, that shit. I shouldn't have to be being carried by a soul. But yeah. Oh god, theory crafting in this game takes over. But no, it's gonna be very curious because Xbox is supposed to have that new controller in a couple of months, and then they're gonna announce the mid-generation refresh. Basically, that's what they're talking about doing. They're talking about basically a mid-generation refresh. Which, I want to check something. need to read something. Strength, thorn damage. Well, it's 1,000 thorns, even though it comes as a reduced survivability like razor plate. Hmm. Oh boy. I see a problem already. I see a problem. Really? Right. Oh, you know, it'd be finally a use, right? For that. Scourge, toxic skin, vortex. So they walk right into the middle of stuff with gorilla, and I guess they are using vortex, but they're not using touch of death. Understandable. Yeah, see, that's where you'd have to figure it, because life, right, so 400-ish. Dexterity, skill damage, and dodge, so fix one, half a dozen the other. Like, you could go armor or stick that there. But you'd stick life there. Assuming armor is roughly pretty much fine. Like, in theory, if you are at 1,000 armor, you know. Jesus, though. The elemental resistance that I'm lacking on this character is the murder that I'm getting. That right there. All of these negatives. I forget how I overcame it. It actually does require, like, a slight, let me see, maybe not willpower. Right, I don't go into resource gain. Oh boy, though. Actually reminds me. It's like, you need 10,000 health. Very few people can pull off, like, 10,000 health. Like, we haven't had that shit in, like, a fucking season or two. And that's how I did it. Actually, I picked this up on a cheap as well. So that's like max life. Then you get the other. But I went all in on Scourge. When it came to Herald. Then I have that. Oh yeah, when I finally got this working, it was pretty funny. Now I was what? See, this is how I got all my resistances, because I was like, oh, that's how. Because if I didn't, I would be just pure dead. Almost everything I had was that. Good to know. This is why I would really wish. Look, if I had access to any section of my fucking armory in this place. Yeah, see, this is all my boss mats from like 5 seasons. By the way, I haven't cleaned this shit out, and I still have them. And I'm going to have to clean it out in some form, some way. I just don't know how. Like, I recently got rid of my sword that was over here. But yeah, those are crazy. See, it was 4 star. Someone didn't really want much for them, and that's became my inspiration for this build. Believe it or not. But I see how I overcame that. I actually see, because I got lucky and got this. I still have the armor. That's exactly how I have the armor that I have. Really, really. Oh boy. Well, that's going to be a tall feat to duplicate. I don't think it needs to be that high, though. Does not need to be that high to be in tier 4. But yeah, she sits at like 14,000 life. I made my other ones. But a lot of stuff in that tree is. But when I said she's tanky, she is tanky. For like what she does, she is super tanky. See, I may not need like that much armor. but I need life. Worst comes to worst, you can make up armor in nodes. Honestly, yeah. You can make up armor. You can make up armor in nodes. But I think over there I ran into. If I forget. Hold on. But yeah. But yeah, no, I ran into it. I forget what it was, like, but there was this really bad, like, yeah, see, you can have a lot of strength and be a lot of armor, but the same way of your attack power would be high, like be 16. And like I get like 20. But see, this is what a build looks like when you hit like literally when you hit like this moment where you see, supposedly it's like 1,000 armor max, right? So pull off here, pull off the armor where you see it, and then go from there. But these are inherent, though. See, I didn't have to go all the way into the others. So I don't think that actively affects the build much. Because this also helps me understand the other build. Because when I did that, I wound up, I felt like I used a lot of goddamn points I should have. But yeah, as I was discussing with my friend too, apparently, yeah, so like when you hit like 250, yeah, you start there is that power fantasy you can get in this game, and it makes it interesting. Because the power fantasy is still there. I feel like the power, and that's something too. I'll touch on it after I forget like the point, because it is interesting in the Diablo reviews. Because I was curious about the Diablo reviews from the so-called creators of the community, which at this point just call them path streamers at this rate. You know, where they, and it's nothing against them, right? They have a belief. But yeah, it's interesting. See, I saw some videos from them. They're like, the current state, Diablo 2's in the best, Diablo 4 is in the best state it's been, but I beat level 60 in like 2 hours. Okay. Are you the normal person? Do you know how many fucking people I have seen that don't belong up here? And it's not a gatekeeping thing, but it's like, if you've seen how many idiots I have seen geared, and all they're doing is just using the fucking exploits, yeah, you'd say the same. These people are all... See, there is something to say to, if you ever needed, possibly grab up there. See, I think this is pretty big. Like for this build. It's what? Hold on. See, Scourge heals you. Everything else, right? Because it's pretty... for the most part, you have to maintain a high life with this. Like, it's interesting how a lot of the build. That's why I just need this as a reference. You know? Well, if you don't have a rod, this would be the way. Like right here. With the healing. Because like whenever you heal, that's where it would be. I think I went into every life node that I ever could find. See, I also have these weird moments of like a super brilliant person. And I say this nicely, every person's like some flaw. Then you don't forget the reason why you actually did it. It's like understanding kind of like why like the thing is the way it is. And you're like, well shit, why was that made? And you somehow just forget that you did do it. And that's what I found with this build. It's like I subconsciously remember how to build it, but I also do not know the reason why and the choices I made. Like I grabbed every defensive node I could. But yeah, this would be so fucking different if I had to grab all of these. Like if I had to go grab all of those. See, like if I needed lightning resistance, I'd have to come up here, quite fucking literally. Like go up here, steal this one. And then I might as well get into lucky hit chance. At that rate. Being just sheer lucky hit chance. Because viscous shield is basically what carries a lot. Like, it will just straight carry you. Because what winds up happening is, even in skills will poison. Like, what's my CHC here? CHC is 64%. My critical hit damage is like god awful. So it's like your slow walking tank. But I'm not using anything that's like, so I wouldn't use that. But I was like actually use that. Conceited. Dear God. See, that very modifier is really good. Like, if you're constantly with a barrier, that's like 38% damage flat. And you should have a barrier at all times. And see, when you start getting a bunch of extra points, you just shove them into places everywhere. It's like if you need extra resist, poison resist, you can go from there. And the answer, though. But just trying to get from the 100 is pretty big. Because here, right, because it doesn't... See, like, if you need poison resist in, like, one of the trees, you can position this, and you can come through here. And then eventually, like, get into here. It gives you, like, the 20. But the funny part about it is the tree has built-in resistance. So your actual skill tree has built-in resistance. Now, that should blow people's minds occasionally. Devs were really, See, I've thought about it in this node. Like, there's something in that other tree. And this is what I think the guy used. Is this. Which is min. Like, Bane is good. Consumption. Like, consumption clearly is that. But, like, Mindrist and Outmatch. But Outmatch works better because these are they're rare nodes. Rare nodes are here. So if you stick it and you're thinking about it, is the main. Yeah, like exploit. I would not sure, like, so every 5 strength exploit. See, I don't know how I'm gonna duplicate that though. See, I don't know how I can duplicate that without very gear specific. Oh boy, that was a lot of specific gear. See, I don't even think I can duplicate that. Because I am... Really? Character looks good, though. Oh, Black Masquerade. Don't blame him. Yeah, PoE says PoE is better, but basically builds stock. God damn it! Builds actually stock build. Oh, I love those people. They're funny as fuck half the time. Anyways, I think it's interesting. See, I don't have an amulet, and I'm not gonna roll that one because that's stupid. So the idea, it's getting the gear. It's like having like two different ones. It's gonna be funny. Because in the end game, it's about resistances. And that can't be used because you need life. You see. And you need the life. Let's see, I can get into there. Oh no, it really depends what pops up first, you know. Like, if I needed armor, I could easily get into... See, 2% life, right? Like, it's something easy to fix. Like, if you need armor nodes, you could probably do it that way. As I said, it's a very similar tree that I did. See if I got into here. And you're just trying to pull into this and just ignore the other. The only problem here inherently is, as I said, that inherent just fucking lack of See, getting the god rolls that I got that gave me that. I mean, I'm not saying that was kind of god luck to get like that and then get it to be master worked up to be like that. That was just pure luck. See, this is why you can get a bunch of critical strike damage, because you start to come through here. A lot of these that are like right here, here. Yes. Now, ideally, this does not solve my resistance issues. See here, that's like 1,000. That would be like right here. And that's 16. That being there, but life is more important-ish. But at the same time, you need dexterity for gear purposes, resources, everything underneath the sun. It creates a very interesting issue where, yeah, like even at 63 or so, 60, yeah, I'd still be like 50. But, as I say, resistance, getting that god roll and resist all makes a big difference. Because I could always pull, and it's like god awful unless you just pull from one tree. But always having the life is always a trick. And it gets it into like just where it can just be useful. Fortunately. We're not at the point we can just spend 50 million in a fucking setting to just reset gear. There's like at some point you realize you get like a bunch of money. You can just sit back and just fucking do this. Yeah, my resistances are gonna look like shit for a long goddamn while. Nah, but the whole Xbox quarterly news. That's what I usually go look at, their quarterly report. Because I mean, yeah, it's berry. I need barrier regeneration. Fuck you. Good defensive. See, that begs the question. Normally, I put like worldly. Yeah, probably the one time you want healed. Not fueled, but you want the one. Okay. Now. I kind of forgot how much shit actually cost to... I'm probably gonna have, like... What it was apprehension? Yeah, for survivability purposes, though. Okay, I got the idea. I have to go to Yep. So I'm going to see if I get lucky and get all my parts that I need. If I can get all of the, no, I need to finish out the rest of my skills at least. Nowhere near do I think this will be the final form of this build. Believe it or not. But rest assured, so, be curious how this build works. I mean, granted, I'm going to have to get money again. I was not really hoping to blow through all the money I had at the moment to fix a build earlier, but shit happens. We get what works, and what happens. Now, hopefully, I get a lot of my glyphs and my stuff as I should be getting. I need to remember to get. Now, before I forget, though, yeah, so there's the doom and gloom of the people are. So the doom and gloom people are basically like, well, Diablo 4 is dead. I'm like, but the funny part about it is, they're like, they say it's in the best shape it's been in a while, but these are the same people who basically embraced sucking on PoE's cock for like how many days? Like months. Like, and it's funny how they were basically like, well, they're learning. I'm like, okay. But it's like, I was looking at a few. It's like, Nick 2 apparently now hates this game. Apparently, like, he hates basically Division 2 now. Like, because apparently he sucks at it. But, like, he goes, oh, but this is that, but, oh, but his base is. That's a guy, too. It's like, YouTube is actually his secondary career. Believe it or not. His main is real estate. He's a guy that I've known about for a while, and I'm like, you kind of look at it, the state of the season, but at the same time, they say, well, it's... Come on. But the game's too easy. The game's too easy. All these people kill over in like a matter of minutes. Look, in an ideal world, I wouldn't need 70 resistances all over the place. But, look, I personally feel, and this is just me, as a person who's played this for the game for long enough, these people are all like, well, we level quick, right? Casual, guys. Here, okay, let me tell you something. If you want to play a game and you're like, oh, you're going to be all sweating, you want this, yeah, just have a feature in a game where people like this. I mean, it's weird. You know? I don't know what's the difference. But yeah, all these people who were so-called, like, Diablo streamers or content creators have just turned on the game. Now, I understand, like, why they would do it, but it's like, well, but we were, it's like hard. But then again, right, they think Path is some saving grace, so, look, I'll wait to see what the official release is. Path is good in story content, but not good in the endgame. But at the same time, at least Riker at least gets it. Some people like it. Like, I mean, to me, I feel the power fantasy isn't in... Really? It always depresses me when I see people just randomly die. And I'm like, well, why do you do that? Like, I kinda get why people randomly die. Like, I understand purely why. But, like, I'm gonna be honest, comparing PoE and comparing this, it's like two separate. Like, if you like story-based and you like more of a challenge, or like the Diablo... Oh, God. Damn it! My fucking frog. My frog's doing it again. Yeah, so Jesus. It's really stupid. There's a goblin. Huh? The fuck? I saw that. There were herbs on the ground and then there weren't. I do play it. Why are you? It's just because you're not good at it. That's the thing. You're not good at most games. I do this every season. It brings me joy. You play gay Far Cry. Man, that should tell you something. Huh. Believe it or not, it's actually one more. Huh. Come on, spawn quicker, assholes. Yeah, but, it's interesting in the game space on this. It's like, I don't even know why you have to be torn between... Well, to be honest, like, people who like this style of game versus, like, Path of Exile 2's gameplay. Path of Exile 2 is only fun if you're a masochist. I mean, if you like a pure, like... But over here, we look for the same gear, but we just go through it more. This game is more funner. But then again, right? You don't play a game like this for story content. No, I mean, not. Seasonal content is not story content. Never has been. It's like if someone actually tells me a game is actually story, I'm gonna probably laugh at them. We don't have stories that truly, outside of DLC or expansions, seasonal content is not meant for stories. But, I mean, as far as power fantasy, yeah. But it's like, it's funny how they echo what a lot of players have said about it. Like, this season is Season of Blood, but different. Like, it's what they have learned. But they're also trying to hedge their bets with the audience that they gained from Path of Exile. But the problem with the Path community is toxic toxic as shit. They're a bunch of bitter people who have way too much time on their hands. I mean, Rax, for God's sakes, says, yeah, you can get to level 60 in 2 hours, but you're not going to have the gear, yet he has yet to touch Tier 3 and Tier 4. Okay. I understand. Rax is all in on Path of Exile 2. That's how he shoved it. That's a problem. Again, hypocritical creators. I will file them right up there. Riker's, like, in between. Darth microtransaction has been in that weird where he is deciding he's enjoying Path more. And I mean, all to him. Path is, honestly, look, half the problem over there is it's a mess. I haven't played it since they did the update. Supposedly they did a stability update. I mean, story-wise, it's good. Gameplay-wise, it does nothing that I have never seen in a ARPG in a very long time. It doesn't do anything new. Then again, you're not reinventing the wheel, basically. If you're reinventing the wheel, you're expecting a game. It's like Doom, so Doom the Dark Ages is supposed to be a different gameplay as a prime example. Because that's on a game that I'm going to be playing. I feel like yeah, like, it gives you the power fantasy, but it also, story-wise, you're going to have the, if you want to. But at the end of the day, it's just basically shooting things, killing. Here, it's clearing out hordes and doing builds. Path of Exile, it's basically trying to dodge the shit that one-shots you, and then moves along. But because what I heard too, it's very interesting in coverage, because the last season had one of the biggest drop-offs as well. Because seasonal content last season, people played the expansion. But you don't play a game like this as an expansion. Now, I didn't know that. Now, Blizzard, this is something. Blizzard did a mistake, though. And that is, okay. Game companies, like, I see this with MiHoYo a lot. Like, do not launch all your goddamn seasonal content at once. Especially if you have a crossover base. Because a lot of players who play this actually have their back season where they play Diablo 3. Now, it's not a controversy like, sure, a big thing in just understanding, don't do it, you know. If you're doing it, it's just gonna split your base. MiHoYo is legendary for it because they all launch their shit roughly around the same time. I mean, to be fair, that's why, like, the end of January, I was very, very busy. More than the other. I hate when games do that, though. But a lot of people, it's like, yeah, people are playing it. Don't get me wrong. But this is still... Like, you also gotta have this and you're gonna have Path. Like, to me, Path of Exile scratches an itch that when I don't want to play this, I can go over there and play that. That's the only difference. It's gritty, it's a little harder, but in reality, it's a little bit fairer. Some parts of the game, but maps over there are entirely different. But even when that game is complete, it's fun, but yeah. That game does not reward you based on work, unfortunately. And it's a half-baked game engine that is terrible on a computer, so that they can't get. The fact alone, it's taken them a month to get a stability patch in there because they have no idea why the stability of that game is that bad. And Path 2 is supposed to launch in 2 months. Right. You don't get that out of that game in, like, 2 months. The worst I ever see in this game is, lag or bullshit from my own, effects. But I have to be spamming a hell of a lot of abilities for that to happen. Basically. That's part of the reason Spirit Quill Volley is a very... Quill Volley is not the best for a server being in that design. It's pretty bad for it. Because most of us play, like when you want like an ARPG, right? If you're not worried about the seasonal, like it's not even that. Like you can pretty much design anything you want. You know, over there in Path, part of the problem is it has far too much Bible. It's one of those things, if you're looking for a piece of gear, you can make do, but it is also not rewarding, but it is also very punishing if you die. And that's going to turn people off. But people who like that style, like the older Diablo games, or they like suffering. And I mean, they think they're elite as well, but it's like, they're really roughly the same. Except one, by all means, right? One's a more optimized system. This is an optimized horde smash generator. Unfortunately. But, depends what itch you want scratched, so to speak. Because Path 2 is incomplete by far. Like, they stuck their skill tree and you don't have half of that, and the game is still unstable as shit. And they have a lot of optimizing. They have a lot of features they need to optimize. Like over there, you go spam skills, your game dies. Or game is going to basically lag out very badly. It will happen over here too, don't get me wrong. But a lot of visual effects. But don't break the ground. So far, not that. Because, yeah. But a lot of the people I've seen, it's just they didn't realize the season started, but it's like... But also I realized, and then again, majority of people who know, like... There's one. No, but if you're like Act Man, who basically is a meme unto himself now. For many reasons. He's going to prefer... Most people like that are going to prefer a system like, I mean, Path scratches an itch for them for the reasons they like it. But bear in mind, remember he played Diablo 4, skipping Diablo 3. Seriously. Then forgetting that Diablo 3 was designed for ultimately and kept for seasonal. Damn it. Lighting me on fire. Nice. I think I'm a flamer like gay beans. But then again, people forget Path fell apart at like it fell apart when it came to their seasons. Their last season isn't very popular. But over here, you still have people who still play it regardless. Like, I have yet to see a dead server. Like, now we'll see after about 30 days. Ish. I'm gonna probably put, I generally put once people get, Paragons to a degree, or they get their build done, they get the season pass done, sure. But even then, right, a lot of this, it's gonna allow people to experiment more. Like, having a progression system. Things are really dying a lot sooner than I expected. Then I realize. It's when you realize I'm potentially overpowered for this tier. I probably could go to 3. But yes, the funniest thing I heard, though, was Rax was like, he was like, the problem with him, right, he started off as normal, but, he then, it's like, I found with him, he was the ARPG guy online, but he was also the WoW guy at some point, too, if you go off that theory. If you check out his, Twitch, he streamed nothing but Path constantly for the last 2 weeks. And then he shits out for YouTube, basically, a review of the season. Then hates the game. I'm just like, says it's not. I'm like, okay. But you didn't touch. If the game was so easy, where's your 150 run? Uh-huh. Right. This is my problem with a lot of gaming YouTubers. They're actually, and the funny part is, Rax is supposed to be a guide for Diablo and other games. But he went all in on Path, but he himself, Nick too kinda was getting carried, or he just does whatever is the most abusive build ever, and then that's how he goes about life. Rax, on one hand, barely, he goes, but I just did this, and I'm like, so where in your screaming schedule did you actually break into the game to level 3 characters? past seasons, like, because to be honest, I'm having more fun in this game this season. Last season was like, oh, mechanics, meh, zone, sure. Actually, but over here, though. But then again, I enjoy Tree of Whispers more. I've always been one of those players. But then again, you can always tell when these people were full of shit because they don't understand, like, they're just finding something for controversy's sake. So I always hate YouTubers that always create drama for no reason. Like, you can spot stuff. Like, but the thing about it is, it's insane, generally. You don't speak German. Hey, Gay Beans, you wanna have a conversation about gaming mechanics and why gaming YouTube is the way it is, or you just wanna bitch at me like why Eric July owned your e-mommy and made fun of you? Oof. See, you're not a gamer. This is a gaming stream, my friend. Game streams, right? Games? I'm not trying to focus on your obsession with Eric July and why he gave your wife the orgasm that you couldn't give her. Damn. Be nice. Ooh. Or he fits some fictional dragon you need to slay. Huh. Weirdly enough. Gigolo. That's a funny name. And it better be a female. Or that's gonna look... Or that's gonna look very funny as a male necromancer. See, but I forget, though. Some people, what they find interesting is not interesting. I mean, they only care about drama online. No, but it's interesting because I'm kind of just noticing all the people. See, the people who were going to break for Path long ago and Path 2, it's like all the content creators are just trying to, they know there's a crossover audience, but then they're going to realize very quickly that the crossover audience that they're looking for is not going to support them in one, because usually at the end of the day, Path's community does not support Diablo's community. And pretty much. And I mean, February is going to be a big month, too. You might as well be trying to say that Monster Hunter is going to ruin everything. I Swear to God, sometimes people... Oh, he's doing the fucking... God. Blood Wave Necros. I love it when somebody finds one build, and the rest of the meta goes out of their way to duplicate it. It's good at making money in the market, by the way. Very good in that. But it's very subpar because they're all trying to make a gear-dependent build. Believe it or not. No, it's a new Monster Hunter entirely. Like, February is a stacked month. February is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Shit. What? No, February. February and March are stacked. Like, Monster Hunter Wilds, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I know that. Those two. March, apparently, Expedition 33 is March. April has another major release. March is when Path 2 releases as well. Obscura, that is March, I believe? March or it's April. Expedition 33. That's on my to-play list eventually. AC Shadows is March. Basically. Yeah, we have a pretty packed. Doom, The Dark Ages is supposed to be coming out sometime in Q1. Unless they're going to move it. But to be honest, I had my fill of Monster Hunter, though. Monster Hunter World, yeah. Capcom can go keep that game, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, that game loses my interest extremely quickly. For all the reasons that you think. Look, of all my hours in World, oof. Look, it's fun with friends. People love it. They'll do stuff, but as far as capturing my attention for long periods of time, you need something particular. But also what turned me off to that game is they always have a tendency to treat their DLC policy as pretty shit. They always treat the PC market as the fucking secondary. And that was always a mistake, and that is something I will never forgive them for. And to be honest, from all the updates that I've seen with, like, it's pretty much hunt the same goddamn monsters over and over and over again. Literally. Yeah, but Monster Hunter, yeah, that's gonna be the big game next month. A lot of people are gonna like it. Get on them. To me, it just looks like Monster Hunter World. So, Monster Hunter World has its perks, but I mean, it also has its retarded moments too. But its gameplay cycle is not rewarding to me. You just have to have a borderline. To me, I don't know. It's like if you ask like, do ARPGs invent themselves constantly? Probably not. That's my when you have a game design, you gotta ask, like Doom is going to like this is supposed to be a prequel to 2016 apparently. Okay. But it looks like the modern Doom guy. So you're telling me the modern Doom guy has been the same guy that's been here for ages? Okay. I'll give you that. The shield, you're supposed to be tanky versus you just mow through enemies. Alright? That doesn't turn me off as far as the game goes. It looks interesting. Doom Eternal. I mean, but then you realize Doom Eternal is different than Doom 2016. So, shake up the formula a little bit. And whatever the hell a story-rich campaign means. Not quite sure what a... I don't know. Doom, what is it? Doom the Dark Ages. A game I like, and I know a game that's going to be fun. But it still comes down to the same thing. Miss Sparkles isn't around today. What do you mean the Monster Hunter is in your region? I don't know. Supposedly, right, lore of Monster Hunter is they always hunt monsters in a different part of the world. I don't know. Look. I mean, I swear to God, they're all the same fucking monster. I know that's weird. Cruel to say to people who like that. They haven't really reinvented the wheel in, like, a long time. They're basically, like, going to, like... They... Supposedly all the games are... Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Really? Fucking the head region just... fucking moved again. God damn it. I hate it when the headhunter zones fucking move from one zone to another right in the middle of something. I feel like their times are too short. But they're meant to cycle faster than, they're meant to cycle faster than these zones. Like, these zones don't cycle as fast. They'll cycle about These are like every 50 something, 52 minutes. What, 54? Give or take. But they all cycle. And if you should keep track of it, but they don't have a timer up in the corner. So what winds up happening is you're inherently farming the zone, and then you realize it dies right before you get done with it. What the fuck? See, like, this zone has 17 minutes. Then, but the thing is, a lot of these zones are like mass whisper zones. So a lot of these will like cycle around. Like you can cycle through a lot of these zones very quickly. If you're good with going through these zones, you can get a lot of XP very quickly. Because these zones are like eternal whisper zones. Which, yeah, but what ends up happening, I kind of wish they had stuck around longer, but most of the time. But this actually keeps engaging gameplay, though. Like, part of it is it's not where you're struggling. Like, it's not that this game is very casual. Oh, trust me, at the higher tiers, we are sweating our asses off. Like, my God. But you have to hit a point in the game. You're just surviving. But it's that right amount of loot, and it's that right... I think to me it's like that right amount of loot in right amount where we are busy. You're not bored, you're not overly taxed, you're just there. But then again, this is why I like the blood zones. Like a lot of the blood zones were really good for Season of Blood. Which, weirdly enough, is really why I enjoy this season more. Like, this season is very similar to, I think it was, yeah, Season of Blood. Just 3 or 4. So, a lot of this is still pretty good. But, I mean, a lot of people are going to discover and, like, they wait for the confirmation. Come on, damn it. Jesus. Sadly, there's far too many meta people in this game. They play whatever's the quickest. See, this whole build, uh, right here, the guy's using, operates entirely off sacrificing minions. Like, that's where a lot of your bonus damage comes from. Come on. Thank you. Jesus. Sadly, I've got to that point in the game I can just randomly look at something and tell how something's built. It makes it interesting. But I'm going to be curious. Xbox's announcements, though, they don't have anything. Supposedly, like, I don't know, as I said, interesting things if I put my mind to it. By the way, I'm not getting my lists, the ones that I need, anyways. Uh-huh. Now, I will be honest, I'm not seeing as many slain as normal. Usually, by that, usually in most of the season, I'll see a lot of people dying stupidly. I see a lot of people who got boosted to tier 4 who are dying in tier 4 because they're getting carried by somebody, and it's very apparent. And they're all trying to do the same motherfucking build, which is stupid. And I hate... Okay, I mostly hate them because my frame rates. Can I find... Thank you, can I... Remember when you lag my frame rates for no reason? Now, what I don't like all these. I am not the biggest fan of shielded enemies early on, and I understand why they're doing it, but shielded enemies are cancer. I hate them. Like, early on, shielded enemies, like, and they're usually always bulky assholes anyways with some sort of obnoxious... Come on. Damn it. I guess it teleported off. Fuck. Nope. See, like, up in the corner, they need, like, when a zone's about to expire, or before, you should have that, like you do. Hell Tides have it, but they don't tell people here. Go, 5-minute warning. No, at least have it be synced on the server. So a lot of these... Fucker. Thank you. Thank you. Goblin, yes. There's a blister nearby. Don't care for you. Yep. Like, if I wish to, like, struggle, past sometimes to me, Borderline turns into a struggle session. A lot of the times, because a lot of the game... I'll be very curious in its official release how it is. But it is not gonna feel great. There's a 5-minute warning. Fuck you, God. I hate those. Yep. That is sometimes more difficult depending on the class. Here, this class doesn't have reach, so you don't have... You have to go over physically. No, you're good. I'm gonna have to leave, like, this is only a... God damn it. I am near somebody who has Taco Bell Wi-Fi. But honestly, I know nobody who actually does. If you are also, I'm not the biggest fan of GGG deciding to. If every season I have to redo the story, I will hate that game religiously. Every game. If I have to every time because just to play, no. That story is a one-time through for me. I have a couple I enjoy, but not many. This zone's about to expire. See, I don't have this one. You piece of shit. Let me just see how many of my ones I have so far. Headhunter, Talon, Turf, Fulminate. Oh, Match is one. Here's Outmatch. Revenge and Ritual. Literally 2 of the ones I need. I swear. I need as I say, sometimes, right, if I were Quill Volley, I would be good, right? Nah, not Quill Volley. That was everything for Quill Volley. It's funny, Riker was trying to say, well, look at all the extra loot that just pops on the ground. It's like, that happens sometimes occasionally, and then half the fucking time it just stays there. Like, I have no idea. But it's like the most ironic bait Anyone can tell person baits. It's not even the baiting that's the worst part about it. It's like you can literally tell that they didn't even try this season. Like, Riker's like, well, but I'm too busy making. I'm like, what content do you make? You make WoW content, but you'll still go back. It's like, and I know that. You don't have to be a con. See, the thing is, you don't have to be like the same field as them. It's like, okay. So if you're doing reviews, you're doing reviews. Oh, but he has his comprehensive Diablo 3 guide. Yeah, that's like, okay. About that. I love it how that, it's like, I don't, this is weird tonight. You know what I was gonna see, right? I was gonna see about that one. You know, I will say, as one thing, I'm just not getting all of the, I may have to go knock over what's the time in this zone? 14 minutes. Yeah, see, these zones roughly cycle every 15 minutes, I believe. Roughly every thing I've seen in them. They just move, you move from one to another. I say that because usually every time I look at the time, they always rotate. But to be fair, after a while, you're going to start getting a bunch. Like, these are your series of stuff that you do that are like really short little whispers that it's a very Very, very keen on activity. Now, the part that I do love about the whole season is at least these powers are account-wide. That's what's really good about them. It doesn't... If you don't think about that, like, like, I can tell you how many times, like, there were times I would, have to do every character. And it's, like, totally different RNG per character. Where's the fucking plant? No, it's there. I will admit, certain parts, like the green zones, are different than the ones. Sometimes you go look for something. Let's say hypothetically you go look for, which is like, they look alike, most of the shit. It's a lot different than the normal shades of red that I usually see after a while. The malignant heart economy is very strong. Very common. Extremely common. Really? That's one thing I've noticed. Like, looking at Hearts this season, but the idea is we're also supposed to cycle through boss mats a lot better. Like, if they keep this as the damn prototype, I don't think people would mind. But it's not a lie. You could probably kick yourself out in, like, Tier 2. I mean, Tier 2 is a lot easier. Tier 3 is just slightly stronger. Dynasty Warrior Origins, which Gibbs is still doing. Seen that game. Game looks very fun. them. I don't need candy, I need the other ones. See, the wisps are really all elites. Bane, okay, you can really fuck right off, Jesus. Bane, I'm like, I think I used Bane? I don't think so. Still not getting my, slowly but surely, everything I need. Oh no, the explosion of loot. What am I supposed to fucking... I say that sarcastically. Look, two things I hear that kind of get me is loot filters. Like, ask the average player, right? If you're that ADHD that you cannot tell the difference in loot, like we're leaving loot on the ground. What has PoE 2 done to people's brains, I swear? Fried them more than likely, but at this rate. No, I say that with all due respect. Like, I don't think I've ever played a game with a loot filter. Or I'm just used to it. But you know what solve a lot of our loot problems? If we can just get dismantle on the go. But we're never gonna get that. Oh no, Hammer of the Ancient. Barbarian, what the hell am I supposed to ever see? Oh no. start shaking my head every time I see one of those people. It's nothing bad. Good, they're having fun. Barbarian players are having fun. They can finally play their own class again. But they still have the issue. They still rely on everybody else for mass clearing. Bro. Fuckers moving like multi-boxers. I don't think I've ever seen movement like that unless it's from multi-boxers. Dude, that's like multi-boxing bot farms, man. Jesus Christ. See, Path has those. This game has it. WoW has it. You're never gonna deal with the bot issue. That's clearly a bot. Like, that's a fucking goddamn farm bot. Nobody runs like that. What the effing fuck, man? I'm just gonna say that. By the way, dead games that are dying don't have massive amount of bots traditionally in them. Then again, any game with a massive amount of RNG bot farms that things that so you can always tell how a player moves versus a person botting. The irony is they're all trying to target the same thing. And what's funny is you can also still multi-box in this game. I do need to go clear out that stronghold though. I got 2 strongholds I need to clear out. Oh god. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Be right back. See, I'm finding, by the way, setting a W at coffee. See, for every unique player there's about every two unique players, there's about a bunch of bots. And that's probably nothing wrong, right? It's like, I guess if you have a healthy bot economy, your game should be doing well. We're happy for you in that regard. Again, trade the shade of red for the shade of blue. Or teal. It's often what I find. Plays merry hell in my eyes, though. Ugh. Photosensitivity and all that I have. I'm quite colorblind, but damn, do I hate the blue light. Blue lighting is just as bad. It's like an aqua. It's kind of like an aqua color. Ugh. After a while, it's like everything in this game starts blending together. Some areas do it better than others, so to speak. Sometimes you get that blue, like, hue on the ground, and it's not so bad. Some areas are by far, it just doesn't do well. Like here, it's not as awful. It's annoying. It's very annoying. 6 out of the ones. How interesting. Yep, this is like where it gets weird. Like, oh god. Oh boy. Now I gotta. Well. People don't realize like at least the budding tree zones, right? They boots, chess pieces. Don't need weapon parts though. What? Really? Ugh, I will be honest, there's some definitely borderline yo-yoing I find in a lot of like zones like this. It's very much the case of hmm. So some of the like the monsters you fight just they're part of a horde or something somewhere, but they don't say explicitly where they're from, but they run halfway across the map apparently. Yep. One thing I will say is a lot of this is like it's all that is repetitive as much as like she does not spawn as quick. Like her shit's like it's very annoying. It's always a spot around her. Like it's like every single time they don't spawn for the longest time. Yep. See, the cooldowns are what See, a lot of the glyphs I'm getting, I don't need. Fuck you. Nope. There we go. Things. Bloated corpse. Innate. I swear to God, every glyph but what I need. Every glyph but the ones. I think that's like 2 more I'm looking for. Consumption. Yeah, I got Bane. Yeah, no. Did give me consumption. So I have all 5 now. Consumption. Ah, so the only ones I'm missing is Spirit, Dragon Plume, and Blitness, and Colossal. Yeah, see, Colossal is what I would need if I were on Gorilla, though. Here we are. But yeah, a lot of this is just level. See, now I'll just have to get those level. doing the strongholds every season, but it is annoying when you have to do certain ones. Oh boy. This is like one of the ones I need to clear out because this is like a core teleporter. See, I might like do stories, but this is what I do every season. Again, it's not really like redoing the stories. It's just as long as it's not physical checklist work, I don't care. Because once it's if a lot of the story stuff, like little mini stories that you have to do to unlock things, is literally like little mini chores. Oh god, I will hate it. This is just running through a zone, clearing it. But I have the problem of I've just done it far too much, so it's like ones and zeros at this point. Now, will this bug or not bug is the question. Okay. The little mini story for this city is it's a salt mine, right? So they released a demon, basically. And then, of course, like anyone in this fucking world, apparently thinks it's good. Like, oh god. Swears. It's very much. It's like that Gnostic style world where just more extreme than ours just by slight. It's insane, really. It's like. But ignore the whole fact about 50 years ago, a greater demon called Diablo basically wrecked through fucking half the world. Just saying. If you ignore that. But yeah, it's like. It's one of those weird ones, actually. And funny, it's like the lore. It's like. But a lot of like Diablo 4's like basic story is more or less about it's a Gnostic worldview more than anything else. Though I always find the weird plot point though. It's always the strangest plot point. God, there's not a quick way over to that one. There's not a quick way over to that one. Yep, indeed. This build is coming together very good, though. My only thing is how is it gonna perform in hits is the question. Yeah, see, the idea that a walking pestilence farm, that is something I really is going to. I'll be curious how that goes up. It's probably going to work on everything except for the elites. So that pestilence swarm is doing a lot better than more work than I thought it would do. A lot. A pestilence swarm. By the way, makes 0 sense. When you start thinking about it, how are you supposed to escape? So you break the front? Yeah. Good little story in this part. I like this one. This is... Jeez. Let's see if I remember. They don't kind of explain what the one demons are. Like the specific... You're not dead. To be fair, they're like... Huh? Did you not die? Really? Feel like they have to do the invul teleport? Really? And like suddenly cleared out, they're like... all kind of just... does work. It's just I need to figure out the rest of my abilities. The thing is, I need to figure out how much I want to go into. You always got to go into the supremacy branch somehow, but it's very different for with different ones. Oh, it was so easy to farm Helltide. Oh, I'll hit this one. I guess I'll hit this one while I'm here. While I'm here. It's on the way. Like a vomiting centipede, I swear. Like, there is a fun part of it. Okay. Dead. What the fuck? extract, and then get the... That's a pretty good little stationary build, honestly, that... But it poisons and everything in sight. I like it, though. Hmm. It's fine. I'll probably lose, what, 200? Losing 200 isn't a big deal. Man. All in all, pretty good. Yeah, now I just need to get this build level. Sorry, I didn't see it. Oh, man. Sarah Lynn, if you're here, I didn't see it. Oh, I looked dope. Yeah, no. But, yeah, this build comes together pretty well. God. Ouch, though. Let's see how the VTuber stuff, though. Oh, boy. Yeah, I think the only thing is eventually I'll get a banner done, but at the moment, probably am content. Yeah, I just have IRL shit right now. It's being bad. See, I just gotta level these. Damn it. Forgot to go get the stupid... I forgot to get the thing on, what was it? Damn checkpoint on the other side of... I forgot to get the checkpoint on the other side of the... Yeah, no, how did it... I know how I did it. I just kinda not... Oh, but I have to assign points before I fucking forget, though. But yeah, if I'm gonna do pits, especially... So... See, the thing about here, it's not like... So, like, ultimate, I can constantly heal, which is key. See, I'm not sure if I want to go in, like, quarterstaff, block damage reduction, like... But Stinger definitely does work. Let's see. I'm not gonna do... Oh god, they got this spell. No, there is no way. I will sit there. Oh, I haven't done that. Tempering on this one. I'll leave it. So, the biggest problem here is, as I say, yeah, see that all elements resist? That's going to give me a lot. So going into like tier 3, right? Right now this is tier 2. Or like can guarantee you going into tier 3 is... You know what? A little bit of a warm-up. I'm waiting on a invite. Finish it here. Let's see how this runs. Let's see how this goes. I'm at 58%. Let's just see how the shit goes. Let's just see. This is without the optimizing the witch powers. So the issue, yeah, you see this Y, like I ran into this last time I played this. The DOT is really hard to clear. Like, apparently, the changes on the... It could be the combination of the witch powers, but this is tier 50. So what, tier 3? So the issue I find, though, right? Let's see. Might need to level the rest of the witch powers, but might be overkill, but this also is a good DPS check for it. See, if this levels with my Paragon, but is it good? It's like, this is, oh god though, it's awful. Okay. Well, my concerns about this being slow to kill are unfounded. It's faster than last season when modified, but... Oh, but this is a slow build. Yeah, nah, this is... Oh, God. It's not bad, but, like, the barrier, yeah. How are you... Let's say, how the fuck are you not dead? And it just kills... It kills over. Right? It's a little slow. I think if it gradually levels, it will be better.
Hey guys, everything's cool. Join. Is the dragon with us?
I'm almost done with my stream.
The dragon.
I'm here. Just give me a minute or so.
Okay.
So I'll probably finish this up. This actually is a slower build, but I gotta check and see about upgrading the witch's powers. So I'll see. I should be back tomorrow and Friday. Sorry if the person get back to is focusing zone wise. Because I gotta see the witch's powers though. But anyways, I am slightly tired and I'm just getting back into the swing of stuff. So this is actually a slower build, but it will work. But I gotta play with it more. But then again, sorry to be rude. But I should be back tomorrow. I don't know. It might be after 3, so anyways. 3 p.m. Anyways. But sorry if it's I'm remotely tired. Just getting back into the swing of things. But I have to go hop on another stream, so